Test 1, 2, 3. Hello delegates, hello judges. I would like to first confirm that this is Team B.
Yes.
Perfect. So I will show you warning signs where there are 10, 5, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds remaining. Once the 10-second countdown is up, I will say stop. The team must stop talking immediately. Afterwards, a 10-minute Q&A period will follow. I would like to remind you that all team members must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and all team members must speak during the presentation, but not necessarily during the Q&A period. Audience members, I please ask you to put your phone on silent. Do not move or leave the room while the presentation or the Q&A period is up. Now for the judges, I will now let the judges introduce themselves. Once they are done, you may proceed with your presentation and we'll start the timer. Judges?
Hi guys, I'm Matthew, working at CSL, and I'm in the HR team in talent acquisition.
Hi, my name is Ines. I'm a product manager at Air Canada. I work at Cross of Technology and Air Freight.
Hi, my name is Angie, and I'm a senior private banker with CIBC Private Wealth Management, working with private families.
Hi guys, I'm Laura. I work in media planning and advertising for the Measure Canadians.
Hi, my name is Kelsey. I'm in the financial planning and analysis team in Cook which is great.
Perfect. So once you begin talking, I will start the timer.
Canada Steamship Lines is an impressive market leader for biofuels. However, customers don't wake up thinking about decarbonization. They wake up thinking about cost, convenience, and trust. This is where we need to meet them in order to win this transition. Hello, we are JJSB Consulting. My name is Jisoo, and I'm joined by my colleagues Bartek, Cheyenne, and Jasper. And today we will be talking about how CSL can capture economic value from decarbonized logistics when customers have shown no willingness to pay. Now, CSL is facing three primary challenges where biofuel is generating limited value. Customers and regulatory pressures are increasing for sustainability, and there's minimal impact in biofuel within our suppliers' value chains, and therefore there's a low willingness to pay by these customers. To combat this, we suggest our implementation of AI and keeping the green offer solution, where we will use artificial intelligence in the marine transport industry to reduce fuel, maintenance, and operational costs. This is projected to reduce emissions by 9%, save up to $300 million within the next 5 years, as well as 17,000 metric tons of fuel saved. Now, first of all, we'd like to thank the board for inviting us here today, and before we dive a little deeper, we would like to make sure we stand on the same point and understanding about CSL. So currently, CSL is facing rising pressures for decarbonization within the regulatory and environmental pressures, and they are proactive but uncompensated first mover in the shipping decarbonization, trialing about B100 biofuels, which poses commercial risk. Furthermore, we see resistance by customers where CSL has already invested 16,000 tons of annual biofuels programs. However, these programs are 12% higher than the marine diesel oil, but only account for 1% of the customer's total supply chain emissions. Therefore, customers value the outcome, but resist paying explicitly for it. Therefore, we need a new viable value capture model to combat this. Furthermore, the Canadian carbon policy landscape has inconsistencies and unpredictabilities, and less than 1% of the global fleet is currently green fuel capable, which shows an incompatibility between the fuels and current existing engines. Now, this all leads to us looking for a viable value capture model within its existing industrial market context. Now, if we look at the marine transport market trends, we see that artificial intelligence poses great potential for environmental, financial, and operations. First of all, smart ports and connected ships connect live ship data with companies, which can deliver emission savings up to 4%. Furthermore, artificial and big data systems have shown to increase up to $300 million in annual savings. Increasing replacement of traditional marine operations with automated tools can increase up to 25% of productivity, and the 25% tariff withdrawn recently makes foreign imported models and processes more easier than ever. These all highlight the importance of implementing AI in today's marine transport industry. These emerging technologies are especially summarized by EDI, EDMs, AIS, PCS, Internet of Things, and blockchain. Now, however, when we look at CSL's current efforts, we see heavy investment in fleet renewal and decarbonization operations rather than the artificial intelligence potential that we have previously identified, and therefore we suggest should move towards. Finally, before we move on, let's look at what values does a typical CSL customer value. First of all, pricing. Shipping costs can account up to 40% of total logistics for suppliers and is very important. Second of all, 92% of buyers expect ESG disclosures from suppliers and highlights the importance of emission-based procurement. Finally, as indirect value chain emissions can account up to 80 to 95% of total company footprint, therefore Scope 3 reductions are more important than ever. Now, what exactly does all of this mean for us moving forward? Bartek, I'll pass it to you.
Thank you very much, Jisoo. So our strategy is based on the green shipping strategy. Customers do care about ESGs. They care about your green offer, but also we have to remember that monetary value is the most important factor when deciding who their logistics operator will be. So that's why we want to implement AI in marine transport. AI is huge. The industry is up to say to be broader. The industry is very fast. The global ocean economy is expected to outpace the broader economy by 20% by 2030. The industry is growing. AI is also growing. Implementing those two can ensure reducing costs and increasing efficiency. So things to that. There are 4 different ways in which we can lower costs and increase efficiency. Fuel costs, operation costs, AI-based navigation, and predictive maintenance are some of them. So let's dive deeper into them. Other companies have already implemented AI. Like for example, UPS, that alone saves 300 to 400 million annually, and over 10 million gallons of fuel for AI optimization. We have case studies showing that this solution is a viable option. We also see other companies, for example, Maersk reported saving over 300 million euros, $300 million because of predictive maintenance. Being sure when fleet when the engines need maintenance, and also being able to maintain the ships properly saves them a lot of money, as well as operation costs. Having more information regarding routes, it saves companies up to 4%. But who are our potential partners? How do we achieve this AI implementation? We looked into 4 companies. For example, Dalek AI, SmartSea, Serasol, and Orca AI. Those companies are already in the industry. They've had thousands, if not tens of thousands of hours testing their equipment on the vessels. Partnering with one of them minimizes costs. We don't have to develop our own specialized infrastructure. We can use something that already works and is tested on the market. That's why partnering is the best solution for Canada Streamline Lines. So how does the implementation actually look like? Well, here's an example. Putting vibration sensors or weather sensors on the vessels itself gives us the information regarding the weather and the speed engine. Predicting the weather can impact how fast the ship has to travel to be the most efficient, leading to fewer efficiency and lower maintenance fees. All of that is achieved because of the AI implementation. But of course, the heart of CSL is sustainability. And is it sustainable? Well, the answer is yes. We looked into numerous case studies, and we found out that the reduction of fuel costs actually makes up for the AI implementation. There are many studies, like for example, the global commercial shipping industry could cut down carbon emissions by 47 million tons per year by developing AI into the fleets. As well as some systems already demonstrate that 80% reduction in fuel costs, in the amount of fuel burned, showing that implementing this is not, it aligns with CSO's standards and is not something that will ruin their image. Now, we already talked about the AI solution, but what are we going to do with the actual offer of CSL? Well, Cheyenne, can you let us know?
Of course, thank you very much, Bartek. Now, obviously, developing the technology in itself is one hurdle, but you also need to communicate that effectively to your client base. They need to understand that SGS is the future. The future is inevitable. Obviously, as my colleague has talked about it already, a green future is really necessary. And right now, one of the biggest hurdles is obviously lowering the cost, which with the AI technology, we hope that we can achieve that. Now, in order to put SLS as a front runner when it comes to SGS initiatives, we need to enter circles where people actually value this technology. Customers, it could be partners, it could be anybody from around the globe who value what CSL has provided so far, and then we can further market it. So entering, for example, conferences such as Green 2026 Tech, which is actually in Quebec City, and of course Green Shipping Summit 2026, which is a huge conference. People from around the globe, especially in the AI-driven solutions when it comes to green shipping, will participate. And there, of course, you can also participate in a green marine seal approval, kind of round up all the benefits that CLS has to offer in one batch of approval that can further communicate the brand image better. And of course, you need to enhance the current value capture as well. It's not just about communicating the efficiencies and the benefits that we provide, but it's also about monetizing it as well. And with the AI-driven efficiencies, we can help better position CSL as a cost and environmentally friendly firm and marine company. And with this, we can have better access to prominent industry professionals and, of course, firms and partners who value SGS technology. Now, of course, let's talk about the networking and the conferences. What value do they actually bring to the table? Now, obviously, it's a gold mine. You go in there are people who value what you're offering. They are really interested. You can network, you can find better partners, better customer segments to monetize off of, and of course, build long-lasting relationships. It is really important when revolutionizing an industry and entering a new market. You have long-lasting partners who can hold your hand, be there for you, and both you can always benefit off of it. And of course, with the Green Marine Seal approval, you can summarize all of those benefits in one seal, show that you are looking into the future, trying to be better, trying to be more green, and all of that will of course help you to depict CSL as a SGG leading and leveraging its current advancement over many years for a better and brighter future for everybody. And this will again, as I mentioned, create more lasting partnerships and of course find a better targets that member SLS can actually profit off of. Now, as I mentioned, there are two main locations. One of them is in Athens, Green Shipping Summit in 2026. These are steps that CLS could take right now this year in order to promote their brand, show their initiatives, and how interested they are in building this green future. And of course, another one in Quebec City, where it's a bit more close to their local operations in North America. They can promote themselves as the prominent front runners in green and SGS technologies. Now, of course, when it comes to the value proposition, we really like the current value proposition when it comes to priority vessel capacity, audit-ready assessments and reporting. That is really important when it comes to obviously having like a green initiative and reduce your CO2 emissions. But of course, longer contract durations, locking in the customers for a long duration of times so you can make sure that there's a fixed amount of revenue coming in on an annual basis. And of course, just a little bit of a sneak peek of how much fuel you could be saving using the AI technology. It will be around 10 to 20 million fuel costs saved per year, which my colleague will further delve into. But of course, more important than that, we need to kind of bring both solutions together. The current value proposition is good, but the one last missing piece, which was saving costs, is something that we are here to offer. And putting all this together in a bundle could create a really good value proposition for your client base and for many other clients you will meet at these conferences, so you can provide them your SGS technologies and make sure that the 7 past years of investment actually is going to revolutionize the shipping industry in North America. Now, of course, many promises, some plans, enter different conferences. How is it exactly going to be implemented and what kind of financial impact is it going to have? Justin, why don't you take it away?
Thank you very much, yeah. So looking briefly at the implementation, tomorrow's action points consist of contacting partner companies to ensure AI optimization, as we've already discussed, such as Orca AI, applying to the conferences and networking and scouting for potential opportunities in the future. We want to make sure to establish a good and secure partnership with one of these companies, which we will do throughout 2026, maybe into the third quarter, and then start implementing these AI solutions over time. We'll also be attending the conferences in this time. And few key must-win battles is being able to present the company from the best perspective, and of course value more prospect to monetize and more long-lasting partnerships. Now, there are a few risks involved with this strategy. We're promising big numbers, but there is a chance we see subpar optimization results. However, this can be mitigated. We can change the provider and work with companies to tailor these systems. These systems take some time to implement and benefit from being active for a longer period of time to adapt to specific conditions. Secondly, it is the public reaction to AI use and implementation, with the easy mitigation of ensuring clear communication and benefits and the ethical use and environmental effects this will have. Lastly, it is the difficulties of implementing these systems and potential training. We want to work with experienced providers in this industry and facilitate training programs for our sailors and employees so that they can use the programs as efficiently as possible. Now, just to touch a little bit more upon the risk of subpar optimization results, over time we also want a global implementation where this system for AI optimization, predictive maintenance, etc. could be implemented in CSL's fleet abroad, which are going to offer large-scale benefits as we are of course implementing these on more ships and bigger fleets, leading to greater cost savings. To look at the financials and the impact of our strategies, we will first start with the cost breakdown, with the majority of our costs going towards the subscription fees, which is charged on a per ship basis, and standard rates may vary, but it is going to run the company about $3 million per year in the Great Lakes area. And there will be a 3% of this $50 million investment, which is going to go towards the implementation, installing sensors, and some initial training. Now, what is this going to save us? Let's first look at the financial summary, look at some of the key figures. With a 9% emission reduction from 2025 to 2030, upwards of $30 million saved in total costs, that being voyax, operational expenditures, or fuel costs, 17,000 metric tons of fuel saved, and this is also assuming that 2 new ships are added to CSL's fleet, both using B100 biofuel, and an 18% cost saving in 2030 once the AI is optimized and operating at peak. As you can see on the graphs, we can see the yearly savings, upward of 2030 saving almost $70 million, and the total relative expenditure with the little blue bar at top indicating the savings over time. The key takeaways from this is the immense cost saving this will bring us and the low operational expenditure which it will cost to implement these systems. Now, to look a bit more closely upon the emissions, in 2025 we're looking at about 72,000 metric tons of CO2 emitted, and we aim to reduce this to 65,000 tons in 2030 by optimizing the fuel use by, for example, predicting ocean currents. Now, there are additional factors to consider, which is the long-term compounding effects of this and the increased efficiency this will bring, which is going to bring with it, of course, additional cost saving, but also increased revenue projections, as we can see in certain case studies. And it also secures future compliance with government regulation as emissions are cut, and of course increases operational flexibility as we're able to save more money. Key metrics are all derived from industry averages and companies with similar fleet sizes, and all costs are relevant and applicable in the Great Lakes. And we're also assuming that the publicly available case studies will be used to look at these figures are applicable in the CSL's case. With our strong market research, our robust strategy, our implementation timeline, we believe we can reach the figures we have set out for you today and ensure a strong future for CSL. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The presentation is now over. We'll head into the Q&A period. As a friendly reminder, you have 10 minutes.
I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly that for the AI technologies you would be implemented on our fleet, would it be internal technologies, or we would have to have a third party working on it?
Thank you very much for your question. We will partner with the companies who specialize in this, who both provide the software and services and sensors. So they will essentially, to break it down very simply, go onto the ship, install sensors, and integrate their systems. So for complete fleet management, essentially, in this optimization. This is broken down in the costs.
If I might follow up on that question, you reflect cost savings in 2026 already, but finding a partner and implementing all that takes time. So how is that factored into your cost saving?
Thank you very much for your question. This is if you could go to the financial slide, the very last in the appendix. One back. Thank you very much. This is factored in. Some implementations take shorter time. As you can see down here, we have fuel savings, voyax, and maintenance savings, which are significantly lower in the first year, as only the very last half of 2026 will have these fully operational. It takes 8 to 12 weeks to implement these systems, and especially for systems such as maintenance costs, it is going to take a while for this to kick in, as already existing failures are in the ships, but this is accounted for.
And do you plan to do all the ships at once, or are you going to do a pilot test, let's say, with some ships and then spread it to the rest of your fleet?
Thank you very much for your question. Initially, since the initial installation is relatively cheap, we're planning on installing this as many ships as possible to get the benefits as fast as possible, as strong data already backs this up.
For attending the green conferences, it sounds like we're more looking for new customers in that sense. So how will we communicate all of this to our old customers that we have long-term contracts with?
Thank you very much for your question. Now, with the old customers you have already acquired, one of the biggest main points of attraction will be the safe costing via the AI technologies. Now, the idea of going to these conferences is to open the horizon. It's a completely different market. There are different players, might not be so prominent in North America, but might be so much more prominent in Europe. You get to meet these people, network with them, and of course acquire new customers. But for the ones you already have acquired, you could obviously use the AI technologies as a point of attraction on fuel safe costing.
I think just going back to that question with regards to the client base, it feels like we're looking very much forward thinking in terms of new clients, and I think in alignment with the values of what we set out from what the firm stands for, and with regards to the fact of these long-term contracts, I just feel like that's been a little bit not necessarily understanding how you're going to be dealing with there's the efficiencies on the cost savings, but just trying to get a greater scope as to that's really a big part of your business. How are you actually addressing that? You've got a customer base. So how are you driving the efficiencies there?
Well, thank you again very much for your question. The idea is, again, with the already acquired customers, if I understand the question correctly, you want to understand how exactly we're going to communicate these new efficiencies properly to the customers that we have right now, and of course how that will then translate also to new customers. Is that where the question lies? Yeah, exactly. Well, with the current customer base, obviously, I think with CSL, my apologies, they always want to provide the best cost efficiencies when it comes to shipping. And with biofuels and the current investments, or the past investment of the 7 years, the pricing has been a bit of a problem because I think there was a 12% premium on biofuels. Now with the AI-driven technologies, we're trying to, for the current customer base, to reduce the freight rates, but reducing fuel costs and creating more efficient routes, as my colleague has mentioned, so we can save costs for them, so they'll be more keen to obviously take on these biofuels and AI technologies. But then again, of course, with new markets, with disruptive technologies such as AI, there are always new markets, emerging markets, new customers who are more interested in SGS. And of course, as more regulations tighten and more people become more environmental focused, entering these conferences gives you a good leeway in finding people who are a lot more interested and perhaps adding on to your customer base, making it more comprised of environmentally friendly thinking clientele.
I have another question. So for the past, I believe, 7 years, we've been spending a lot of money into the green initiatives. And sorry if I missed this, but how long would it take for us to recoup those funds back with this new strategy?
Thank you for your question. So to understand that correctly, you're thinking about the investment into the AI.
So we've invested a lot in the green technology in the past 7 years. Do you have an idea of how long it would take to recoup back those funds?
It is likely going to be before 2030 with our cost savings. It was hard to find revenue projections online, so the cost savings are the reference point we're going for. And with the significant amount of cost savings here and the 12% additional spending that has happened with biofuel over time, we believe this will happen before 2030.
Okay. And for just the additional investments we're suggesting in AI, for that extra cost that coming with it, when will be your break-even for?
The break-even will be in the second year.
Do we have time more?
Yes, of course.
AI comes with also environmental impact. How, as company that brands themselves as being sustainable, how do you take that into consideration?
Thank you for your question. So actually looked at different case studies of companies that already implemented AI, and we found out that the fuel cost that we save and the amount of fuel burned actually is more than the carbon emissions produced by the AI systems themselves. So it is ESG friendly, implementing it still aligns with the values of the company, and it's based on many case studies of different companies that implemented it before us. Thank you.
And regarding the branding you guys want to do for the green shipping, the SGS, if I understood correctly, would you also be branding the AI or just the SGS side of the portion of the company operations?
Yep. Well, with the AI technologies, SGS smart green shipping. The smart portion of it would be obviously including all the AI initiatives we will be incorporating into our strategy. Of course, as many years come, this SGS strategy could also extend for many, many years because under technologies, I mean, we have AI. After AI, there might be some other technology, but it kind of gives you a platform where if there is another disruptive technology, let's say in 2 decades, you could still incorporate it into the strategy. It could be long lasting, it could be sustainable, and you don't have to tweak too much of the strategy. So that's where the AI kind of fits in. And of course, green shipping, with the efficiencies, will reduce CO2 emissions, will make biofuels a lot more attractive, the pricing, and the shipping. So of course, the core business that CSO obviously incorporates. Yeah.
Judges, we have time for 2 more questions.
Just to be sure I understand correctly, the AI is to find the best route. That's how it helps with the emission.
Yes, that is absolutely one of the ways it
Yeah.
helps. It reduces emissions in a number of ways, but primarily through finding the best route by sourcing weather data, ocean currents, etc. But also another major way it does this is by predictive maintenance, which essentially can reduce the amount of downtime, money spent on, for example, repair costs, but also reduce the amount of fuel use because of smoother operations, less failures, etc. So those are the 2 main ways.
Are you looking at reducing the costs only by using AI technologies, or there are other ways you could think we could reduce costs with less time and money invested?
Thank you very much for your question. It is a difficult market, and especially with the B100 biofuel, which is not going to be sustainable unless some measures are taken. The first way would be to at least initially reduce the amount of B100 biofuel, but we did not want to go that way. So we believe the best way to go about this is using the AI, but other options could be reducing costs such as B100 biofuel, at least for the moment, since the regulatory pressure is not fully there yet.
Thank you. So the Q&A period is over. Thank you to the delegates. Thank you to the judges. I will ask everyone to leave the presentation room. Thank you. Hello delegates, hello judges. Before I continue, can I please confirm that this is Team Z? Perfect. So I will show you the warning signs where there are 10, 5, 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Once the 10-second countdown is up, I will say stop. You will have to stop talking immediately. Afterwards, a 10-minute Q&A period will follow. I would like to remind you that all teams must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and all team members must speak during the presentation, but not necessarily during the Q&A period. Audience members, please remind that you have to have your phone on silent. Do not move around, do not leave the room during the presentation or the Q&A period. Now I will let the judges present themselves. Once they are done, you may begin your presentation, and I will start the timer. Judges?
Hi guys, I'm Matthew. I work at the CSL and the HR team in talent acquisition.
Hi, my name is Ines. I work at Air Canada as a product manager with a cross of air freight and technology.
Hi, my name is Angie, and I work at JMUCC Private Wealth Management as a senior private banker.
My name is Lauren. I work in media and advertising for the Metro Canadians.
Hi, my name is Kelsey. I work at First Stage also for the financial planning and analysis.
Great, so whenever you start speaking, I will start the timer.
Perfect, thank you so much, and thank you for having us. We're very happy to present our solution to the Executive Committee of CSL today. You've tasked us with basically identifying whether we want to continue steering the same direction, or whether we want to adjust the sails and head onto a different course. And today, with our forward CSL solution that we're going to present to you, we hope that you will see what to do. I'm going to introduce the team. Here we have Simon, who's been responsible for the market analysis as well as identifying pain points. Emmanuel, who's been responsible for strategic analytics as well as insights. Amina, who's doing risk and scenario planning. And myself, Alex, I was responsible for the financial analysis. Together, we are Peak Consulting. And once again, we're very pleased to be here today. I'm going to jump right into the executive summary, explaining what our idea is. So first of all, in our analysis, we've identified an attitude behavior gap towards sustainability within the public as well as with your clients, first of all. Then we've seen in general a trend within the overall industry and within the overall economy as a whole, with a scale back on short-term commitments towards decarbonization for a variety of reasons, but there is a scale back. And we see financially for the company that the B100 biofuel hasn't created any tangible financial value yet. So these are the key insights from our analysis. Now, what our forward CSL strategy is going to do is we're going to secure CSL's competitive advantage in the field of maritime transport through a new sustainable pricing model on the one hand, and we're going to introduce lobbying efforts for state subsidies, and we're going to elaborate later in the strategy section, of course, on how we want to do this. The impact is, on the one hand, we have a cost, of course, for lobbying efforts. It's going to be 600,000 Canadian per year. And we're going to, however, save 1,320,000 Canadian dollars per year through our new pricing model, and this combined. And now I'm going to hand over to Simon, who's going to talk to you in depth about our analysis that we've done.
Thank you very much, Alex. So I want to start right off with the analysis. I mean, who hasn't heard about it? Climate change, decarbonization. It's a super hot topic. But if you see how you can see from the case, it is not very obvious that people are willing to contribute towards the decarbonization and contribute towards the climate change. So why is that? It's because of an attitude-behavior gap. That means that people are interested in a topic, they find it very, very important, but they're not willing to contribute it when it comes to incentives and money. So what we have here is we have two charts. We have on this side the global CO2 emissions from 2015 to 2024, and on this side we have a little bit like a long-term development of the emissions from different countries, and also here the Paris Agreement of CO2. So what we have concluded from this is we can see a continuously increase in carbon emissions, even though decarbonization is a hot topic. We have here from 2015 to 2024 a 9% increase globally. And we can also see that certain countries have made efforts towards decarbonization, such as the United States and Europe after the Paris Agreement. But we can also see that some countries, just like China, and the overall global average is still increasing in decarbonization increasing in CO2 emissions. What we can gain from this is that in the short term, countries and companies as well tend to scale back from decarbonization because of energy costs and affordability. This is what we identify as the main problem here. So we've taken a look at what you guys made investments in. We can see here you invested heavily in biofuel, vessel efficiency, voyage optimization, and also emission measures. So we've analyzed what those investments contribute to the company and found that except of biofuel, every investment contributes value to the company. What we don't see is how the biofuel does yet independently contribute to the company's value. That means without people actually believing in decarbonization and not falling for the attitude behavior gap, biofuel is just a reoccurring cost and is not contributing actively to a win for the company. So what we found, so the key takeaway from this is that decarbonization without value capture is not a sustainable strategy, and we need to change something about that. And now I'm going to hand over again to Alex about the strategy, and he will tell you how we're going to tackle those pain points.
Thank you very much, Simon, for that in-depth analysis. And as already said in the executive summary, our strategy has two pillars. On the one hand, we have a revamped pricing strategy, which here we're going to tackle how to unlock the financial benefit of biofuels, which at the moment financially is all all the costs are taken on by CSL themselves. And on the other hand, we have lobbying for state support, and we're going to elaborate more on this later, but we believe that it can't be only the private company's duty to invest in sustainable practices. We also need state support, and these two strategies are going to work together, and we're going to show you how. So, first of all, what we did is we looked at different options for strategies, and Emmanuel is going to tell you why we've chosen to take this course.
So you gave us a bunch of different options to look into and dive into, and those are two final decisions that we come to. So one would be an aggressive marketing campaign which would be rather a bottom-up approach. And then the other one would be lobbying, obviously, as we already mentioned. So the aggressive marketing came into the final selection because it helps us raise public awareness, which ultimately helps your customers, or they give your customers the incentive to then invest more into, let's say, more biofuel or sustainable products. However, we see there's no willingness to pay for these products, not from your customers and also not from their customers. So because of the behavior gap that we already mentioned, and it's also very expensive, so we see no direct benefit of going and targeting the end consumers ultimately. So at the end we said the financial risk is too large with this option, and that's why we then said, okay, let's not go from a bottom-up approach, but from a top-down approach, which has tangible financial benefits, and the experience from other projects speaks from it, and also the state has the measures and the tools to internalize those externalities, and that's why we said, okay, let's continue with lobbying. And Alex is going to elaborate exactly how we want to do that.
So, when it comes to lobbying, of course, as you're aware, it's a bit always a sensitive topic. However, we also when it regards to reputational risk. However, we believe that lobbying for a good cause, that is not something that the company has to hide away from. And we'll see afterwards. Also, the idea is to partner with different environmental advocate organizations to make this done. So the goal of the lobbying strategy is going to be quite simple, which will be for the government to subsidize companies using B100 biofuel versus the standard motor diesel oil, in order to make to make it financially viable to do this. Which at the moment, as you know, it's CSL who's been taking on the entire cost premium, which is 12% on itself. And the case that we have is that for the government, this is a very easy implementable strategy to decrease greenhouse emissions. It's something that we already do ourselves. However, we need to show and we need to convince them that it's not something financially viable long term without help, because our clients are not willing to pay for it. And as we've seen before, if we take a step back and look at economic theory, we have private companies such as CSL, whose goal it has to be to maximize profit, obviously within the constraints that the government gives it. And it's the state's actual duty and the state's task to set the guidelines and to, as we said, help internalize externalities that CSL cannot capture directly. So that they cannot capture the financial benefit of B100 biofuel directly, so it has to go through the state. How this will be done, we were considering different options, of course, whether we start up our own lobbyist team within the company, but looking at different use cases of other companies who've done similar things, the most cost-effective and also efficient way to do this would be to go through external lobbyists. We've identified for the Capitol Hill consulting firm, who've done many projects with the Canadian government before, also in this space. And we're happy, of course, to elaborate on how this will be done, but of course this is their expertise, this is what they do. In a nutshell, what's going to happen is we identify key decision makers within the government. We try and gain access to them with conversations and show and present the case that I made to you today, why this is an easy win for the government and why it makes sense in the overall scheme of reducing greenhouse emissions. And secondly, as already mentioned, we'd like to also partner with different environmental groups such as Oceans North, WWF Canada, or the Clean Arctic Alliance, who are already actually within the government lobbying. In our research we've seen they're also having lobbying efforts. And now if we're able to go to them and say, look, we have something very, very tangible that can be done, we're sure, or we're confident that they will also contribute financially to these lobbying plans and also offer their expertise. As already said, it's the state's goal to help internalize the externalities of greenhouse emissions and the biofuel. And this is why we believe that this is going to be the most viable and also financially effective solution. And now Emmanuel is going to talk about the pricing model that we're going to use to sort of offset the cost for the lobbying efforts.
So exactly. So we cannot just stand and wait and look what the lobbying or the result of the lobbying will be. We also want to take action ourselves. So what we've seen is that currently the pricing model does not differentiate between the B100 biofuel and the MDO, and that the fuel costs are implicitly embedded into the whole costs that you give up onto your customers, and that the biofuel costs are entirely carried by yourself. So what we try to do is have this different or new sustainable pricing model which separates the B100 biofuel method and the MDO method, and to disclose all of the costs openly. That's a trend that in maritime transportation isn't common. So if we roll back from only having B100 biofuel, or mainly B100 biofuel, which is your competitive advantage at the moment, to start to also push more the MDO, it's important that we gain grounds on other measures, and that's why we want to disclose the costs, so that customers know exactly on what they base their decision, and the clients at the end will obviously cover premium for the biofuel. And this would then lead ultimately to a 10.7 reduction of fuel costs carried by you, CSL, when using the B100 biofuel. Having said that, I'm happy to hand over to Amina, who's going to the last part of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Let's head towards implementation. Firstly, on Monday morning, it is important to research the consultants. We've already suggested one, but we want to really ensure that this is the correct option. In the first quarter of 2026, we will set the foundation for this strategy. So we will contract the consultants when the thorough research has been done and send out a clear message to consumers regarding the pricing changes. In the second to the fourth quarter of 2026, we will aggressively implement this strategy. So the consultants will set up a meeting with Canadian government representatives. Then in the first and second quarter of 2027, we will start the negotiations with the representatives and create the milestones for performance reviews. And then in the third quarter of 2027, we will carry out those performance reviews on the success of the lobbying measures to see what we have to adapt. Regarding our strategy, there are two main risks which we can reduce and mitigate through operational controls. So the first one is the lobbying cost, time, and money. However, we can easily mitigate this by implementing clear milestones, as we mentioned before, and having performance reviews every 6 months. And then secondly, customer dissatisfaction on the separate pricing systems, which we can mitigate through a clear and upfront communication with the customers. It is just really essential that the customer understands the idea behind this strategy and why it is so important. Now let's head towards impact. As my colleague Alex already mentioned in the executive summary, it is quite simple. The biofuel premium costs right now $1,920,000 Canadian dollars. So you're losing all of this money by covering the cost yourself. Now, for the lobbying, we budgeted 600,000 Canadian dollars. If we cancel those things out, we will still be saving 1,320,000 Canadian dollars. Thank you very much for your time. And just to conclude, we will secure CSL's competitive advantage in the field of maritime transport through a new sustainable pricing model and lobbying efforts for state subsidies. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So we will head into the Q&A period. As a reminder, you will have 10 minutes to ask your question, judges.
So can we go to the slide of the overall savings, please? Can you elaborate on this? So are you canceling all the biofuel premium? Is that what you're charging extra to your customers? And how much of our customers do you think they are willing to pay for the biofuel premium?
So, as you've recognized, the costs for a biofuel premium is $1,920,000 Canadian dollars per year. That's what we carry ourselves at the
This
moment.
is cost or revenue?
Cost. So that's the
Okay.
additional cost. So the additional cost of B100 biofuel versus using normal MDO fuel.
Okay.
So this is the premium, the 12% premium that we are carrying ourselves, versus if we would just use MDO fuel.
So if it's a cost, why is it positive and
Yes.
not?
Because if we implement the pricing model,
Yeah.
these costs that we're carrying ourselves will either be shifted onto the consumer, therefore leading to savings for us, or they will decide to use MDO fuel, and we therefore will also not pay this cost. So essentially what we're doing is we're eliminating this 1,920,000 Canadian dollar premium that we're paying ourselves, leading that we're paying right now, and that's the cost saving, which is why it's plus. Yeah.
So if our customers are not willing to pay for biofuel, we will not be using any.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Piggyback on that, what is the premium that you're charging to the customers now for the biofuel? Are you just covering that that 12% increase or whatever it is?
No, so the premium at the moment that we are covering, so MDO is the baseline, we use as our baseline, and that's like the standard what we charge our customers. And then when we're using biofuel, in the case, what's detailed, what was given to us, is that we cover the costs, so there's a 12% increase in costs for biofuel. However, we charge the same price regardless whether it's MDO or biofuel.
Right.
Exactly. So, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
No, because you're saying that there's going to be a premium. So are we, I just find it's unclear if we're charging the same price as before, but now it's just going to be biofuel?
No, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this 12% increase cost we have, and we're just going to give this onto the client. We're going to basically say, okay, if you want biofuel, then you have to pay the 12% premium.
So we can no longer brand ourselves as a green company that uses 100% biofuel.
Well, first of all, we don't use 100% biofuel right now. We only use it for a small part of our shipping operations. And therefore, we thought this was not going to have a very large impact on our branding because we offer it. That's what's important, is we're the only company that does offer this. But however, if clients say, yeah, we don't care, we don't want to pay for it, we can't cover the costs indefinitely as we've done so far. And therefore, we do offer it. And if it's important to the client, they can pay the 12% premium. But if it's not important to them, then they don't have to.
And how will you bring it to the government regarding the lobbying side of your project? If you're telling that to the government, where sometimes our the clients choose if they want to use biofuel or not, so we don't have clear numbers of how much biofuels there will be in our ships, or how will you pitch that to the government afterwards if you're not unsure yourself if you're going to be using that biofuel and then going more green if you want.
So, in our research, what we've seen is that for ships, using biofuel versus normal MDO, there's no really a change. So technically, it would be possible to use biofuel on all ships that we use. But at the moment, since we've been carrying the costs ourselves, that's not financially viable, which is why it's been only a very small proportion of our fleet. And what we're going to tell the government is basically, if you can help cover the costs for biofuel, this is something that can be implemented across our entire fleet, and with the bigger picture can also be implemented with other companies as well. And there, obviously, we might lose our competitive advantage in saying, we're the only ones offering biofuel, but on the other hand, we can position ourselves as the leader in this drive for biofuel. So that would be sort of the marketing realignment. But in the end, as said before, biofuel can be used in all ships, and right now it's a matter of we don't have the money and the financial incentive to do so.
The $600,000 we're spending on lobbying, where are we recouping that from? Is there an ROI for that investment?
So, in your strategy, or in the task we were given, it was about balancing, on the one hand, sustainability commitments also of the company, and then on the other hand finding a financially viable solution. So of course this was a bit of a compromise. So we're going to decrease, the idea is that we decrease our costs by a large amount, and then the lobbying is basically an investment into receiving financial aid in say 2 or 3 years to help cover these costs that we have at the moment. In the end, of course, lobbying is a bit of an uncertain business, and that's also why in the risks we've implemented this 6-month review of what's happening, how are the efforts really being, is there a chance of this actually translating into financial savings or profits in the future. But it was about finding a compromise, and that's why if we offset the premiums we're paying right now with the lobbying, we still end up with lower costs long term. Yeah.
Just a question with regards to in terms of how you're going to market this to your existing clients. So obviously there's, from a value perspective, something that we believed in from the get-go, hence why we were leaders in it. But just, I understand that you're passing on and you believe the transparency of sharing that with our clients. Just trying to understand how are you positioning to get them on board, because this is obviously important to us.
So thanks for the question. So basically what we see at the moment is that they don't really appreciate what you're doing, because you offer this biofuel, yet no one's really buying it. They prefer to have the MDO, they're not willing to pay a premium on it. So what we try to achieve is that with this lobbying, we incentivize the government, or then at the end your customers, to buy this fuel at the same price as the normal fuel, hence at the end still having the sustainable image that you have, and still, as my colleague mentioned, being a leader in this transition or in this movement, which would be then very important when other companies were to catch up to that development. So I would say there's no lost ground when charging a premium, as currently few of your customers are actually willing to pay this premium of 12%.
Judges, we have time for 2 more questions.
In this saving of 1.3 million, how many, what percentage of your existing clients are you taking into account that is accepting the premium?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Yes, sorry. So you're saving 1.3 million. How many? What's the percentage of your existing long-term clients that you think is going to accept your premium pricing to get to this saving?
So right now, as detailed in the case, it's already a very small percentage of our fleet that's actually using biofuel. At the moment, from what our understanding of the case was, is that it's not really detailed to the clients, is my ship using biofuel or is it not? So that's sort of something that we can do in a further process, sort of do some market research, a sentiment analysis with our clients of who would be willing to pay a premium. But at the moment, we're not exactly sure, as this was never disclosed. There was never really a differentiation between, now you're being shipped on MDO running ship and a biofuel running ship. Yeah.
One more question. There's a lot of companies that are way bigger than CSL lobbying with the governments, obviously. So how do you stand out and make it really an important issue for the governments to invest in, who also have cuts themselves to make?
So currently what we saw whilst doing the research is that the industry that you deliver make around 94%-ish of the emissions emitted in Canada. So I think that if we were to step up with this lobbying group or another lobbying group, then what we could say is, look, there's a huge issue within these industries that we deliver, within our industry as such, as a whole. So if you were to take actions, this would change dramatically also for your economy, and also Canada is incentivized to reduce emissions on a national level.
Thank you to the delegates and the judges. The Q&A period is over. I will now ask everyone to leave the room so we can start the deliberation period. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Not just looking for an advertising video.
Yeah.
Even though this is the target audience. Okay.
There was the coffee.
Calling in audience for division 2. Final call for division 2.
No, yeah, it is.
This specifically
It is.
yours?
Yeah.
I felt like the right here.
Final call for division 5.
Usually, if you see a red ship on the St. Lawrence River, that's probably ours.
Oh, really?
One ship, I think, for 8 days approximately of travel, it's $400,000 of fuel.
What's your largest operating cost?
All that.
Hello delegates, hello judges. Before we continue, I just want to make sure that you're team A. Perfect. So I will show you warning signs where there are 10, 5, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds. Once the 10-second countdown is up, I will say stop, after which you'll have to stop immediately. Afterwards, a 10-minute Q&A period will follow. I would like to remind you that all teams present must be speaking during the presentation, but not necessarily during the Q&A period. For the audience members, please put your phone on silent. Do not leave or move around the room. And for the judges, I would like to please introduce yourself, and afterwards we'll be able to start our presentation and start the timer. Judges?
Hello, I'm Matthew. Work for CSL, Canada Steamship Lines, and I'm in the HR team and talent acquisition.
Hi everyone, my name is Ines. I'm a product manager at Air Canada, working at the cross of air freight and technology.
Hi, my name is Mandy and I work at CABC Cargo Wealth Management, working with high net worth families.
I'm Laura. I work for Montreal Canadians in media and advertising. Hi, my name is Kelsey. I also work at Blue Stage and I'm in the financial and planning and analysis.
Perfect. So whenever you start speaking, I will start the timer.
every industry faces a pivotal moment where they must decide if they're going to stay in the past or if they're going to move forward with the world. And for CSL, that time is now. Hi, I'm here with KACC Consulting, and we're here today to talk to you guys about what you're going to do for this future. My name is Ashley, and I'm going to start us off by doing a quick rundown of why we're all here today and make sure we're all on the same page before we continue on. I'm going to hand you over to my associate, Cassie.
Hi everyone, today I'm going to be taking us through the analysis looking at the more external and external parts of the current operations at CSL. Back to Ashley.
So after Cassie does a quick analysis there for us, I'm just going to run us through what the decision we came to and how we got there. Now to my associate, Cecilia.
So today I'll be taking the position of the strategist. I'll be walking you through our action plan and how that implementation will look in the future, and then Kennedy here will wrap us up.
I'm going to look at some of the potential risks that could come with this plan, and then I'm also going to take us a step forward and look into the future of what does success look like long term.
Thank you. So now that we've gone over some introductions, why are we here? Well, we're here today to help us out with the fact that there is no adoption currently in the upcoming green movement. So to begin with a value proposition that has been laid out for us, we have reliability. CSL is currently trusted to transport these bulk commodities worth tons of money across the St. Lawrence Seaway. Capacity assurance, CSL is capable of transporting and completing every task they agree upon. And finally, they have competitive pricing. They are price comparable to all of their competitors. And finally, some key challenges and considerations that need to be taken into account. There is currently a high demand for low carbon. This is something that CSL already does quite well, with consumers and investors' demand for this low carbon increasing constantly. There is a low willingness to pay though, with many consumers being cautious about absorbing the cost of going low carbon. There's also a fragmented policy in this landscape with an absence of uniform carbon pricing and fragmented government policy. And finally, of course, global warming. With rising concerns about global warming, there is this increased pressure to follow up with that demand for low carbon. Now I'm going to pass it off to Cassie here.
Awesome, thanks Ashley. So now I'm going to be taking a quick look at the industry analysis of which CSL operates in. As we know, CSL does operate in a bit of a unique market. It's North American focused, operating through Canada and the US, and operating in one of the most advanced fleets of the St. Lawrence Seaway, which is one of the most important inland marine corridors between Canada and the US. More than 100 million metric tons of cargo moves through the system annually. That is a high volume that is very important to note of because this method has been effective. It connects through Canadian and US industrial hubs, which supports regional supply chains in steel, agriculture, infrastructure, and energy. Waterborne transportation is still one of the most efficient methods of moving these high-volume bulk commodities. Looking at the graph that we have here, this is the difference between Canada and the US, looking at how they prioritize and break down different transportation methods. As we can see, currently 50% is road, air is 5%, pipelines and rail are 17%, making up almost the entirety of transportations, in which marine is only 5%, showing that there is a big movement potential here to have a lot of that be recovered into marine and see it follow through. Moving forward, we're now going to be looking at what CSL's competitive position is. CSL has operational excellence, reliability, and long-term customer partnerships. In terms of operational excellence, CSL is a long-standing company. They have been operational in Canada and the US for many years and understand what they are doing and understand who their clients are. Reliability is very key to CSL as they have long-term contracts and long-term customers that really want to understand how reliable CSL is, what they need to be using this transportation for, knowing that they're going to be coming back to them time and time again to use this as their main method. With that, the long-term customer partnerships. Anchored in medium and long-term contracts with a concentrated base of large industrial customers that need the marine-based logistics is who CSL targets. This is their competitive position, and this is who they need to stay incorporated with in order to see that long-term success play out. Moving on to our consumer analysis. So what target group really matches that loyalty within an addressable size? Who would be utilizing CSL in order to transport their products and actually would want to see why the eco-friendly and biofuel advantage is valuable to them? Firstly, we have the eco-construction industry. This is an industry that has been very much changing in the past few years. They're really trying to incorporate a lot more of a sustainable initiative into their building materials, not only the design, but what they're actually building it with. With that, obviously, comes the transportation. So CAGBC, which is the Canadian Green Building Council, supports the transition to green buildings. There's over 11,000 members in this organization right now that want to see these sustainable initiatives and developments actually follow through. With that, if we can show them how CSL operates with that low carbon emissions and really shows that they can use this as their distributor to really bring products forward into the Canadian market from US or wherever it's being transported from, by using that low carbon emission that CSL brings. They incorporate sustainable material in design and cost-effective structure. They understand it's a pivotal time in the industry in which sustainability is key, as I've highlighted, and would be a very key industry to move forward with. Along with that, there's the eco-farming operations. So not necessarily the actual tangible farming that goes into this, but the operations and the logistics behind that. So solar farms, wind farms, a lot of which are very common in the US and Canada and are becoming increasingly more common from that consumer push of really wanting to see that low carbon play out and emphasizing the sustainability aspect. There are over 25,000 Canadian farms that currently use renewable energy. Again, with that, we want to show that CSL is an option to transport their materials, transport the big parts of the wind turbines, transport the massive solar panels from one part to another at a low carbon rate. There's over 190 solar projects in Canada right now, as long with 300 wind projects that are currently operational. This number is only going to be growing from here forward on. These industries will continue to rely on that renewable material in order to stay competitive as the market shifts. So now, what are some other industries that might not necessarily prioritize that low carbon transportation and low carbon initiatives as a whole? There's mining. Obviously, mining is a pretty big industry in Canada and the US, and with that, they can be argued to never truly be a sustainable industry just by their non-renewable nature. They're an industry that is going to be having to use initiatives that will have a higher carbon emission in order to get their initiatives done. They might not really be looking to have CSL use them as their transportation method because they're very road-based. It's not like they're going to be able to get most of their materials kind of followed through a marine-based operation. So for them, they want to kind of stay within that road demographic. They also tend to, lean toward a bit of a greenwashing tactic. They might market themselves as, a lot more sustainable, really prioritizing kind of that low carbon shift, but inevitably that might not necessarily be true. Along with that, there is steel. With the steel industry, decarbonization really remains a challenge for them. Obviously, they are also a massive industry in Canada, and a lot of it is having to be produced. However, for them, it's not necessarily, the priority for them to really prioritize that low carbon emission, not necessarily leading them to, have CSL as their main transportation operator. So really, in whole, these industries might not be looking to prioritize that low carbon shipping method. So now here, looking at our KPIs and what really are the performance indicators for CSL as a company. Customer scalability. CSL needs to widen that customer base through a cold outreach method. Financial success. Simply put, CSL is looking and should be increasing their revenue. And finally, the CSAT score. This is a percentage of positive responses from survey feedback indicating how current customers are enjoying the service and how prospective customers will really encapsulate that. Now looking at our niche. What currently sets us apart from other operators in the industry? Starting with, of course, the biofueling initiative. This was captured on the market earlier by it being implemented a few years ago, showing that already it has been implemented across 8 to 10 of their vessels, which is around half. By 2025, they implemented 16,000 metric tons of B12, which has already been deployed in their vessels, which is a really broad movement to look at. And really just understanding that CSL has these anchor customers that, like I kind of said, are going to be staying with them and will be looking to propel forward. They're looking for that lower CO2 and they were looking to stay long term. And finally, the vessel efficiency upgrades. So the leadership here is extended beyond fuels. CSL is constructing the first fully electric self-unloading vessel, which is also a big initiative looking forward. I'll now be passing it on to Ashley to kind of encapsulate our decision here.
Thank you, Cassie. Okay, so as she mentioned, I'm going to be doing a quick walkthrough of the decision. So to begin, the first option would be to leverage the value of the decarbonization, which, as you can see, put against our KPIs, which again, Cassie kindly walked you through there just a minute ago. It does quite well, and it is a great strategic fit for CSL. As opposed to recovering value, well, it's not too bad. There are some uncertainties in terms of how well that would scale against the customer scalability KPI. Protect the value. Again, this one doesn't perform quite as well, with it being unlikely to lead to financial success, and uncertainty in terms of customer scalability again, and that CSAT score. Finally, doing the green shipping corridor, which was one of the options you've got CSL looked at potentially pursuing. While it does seem like it could be an okay option, it does have good customer scalability. Financial success is really iffy because you don't know, and we don't think it's going to do very well against that CSAT score, therefore making leveraging the value the best strategic fit. I'm now going to pass this off to Cecilia, who's going to walk you through some more details about that.
So why is leveraging value the option we went with? We have created a robust action plan as to how this will bring value to CSL. So first, we did an in-depth analysis building off what Cassie was talking about earlier on the segment. We're really not looking to turn a farmer into a vegan here. A lot of your customer base work in mining, steel, industries that historically do not have a lot of interest in environmental impact. So bringing them into the green initiative is not the most likely option. So we're looking to broaden that segment to hopefully bring them on board, because we need clientele that want to incorporate environmental efficiency from all ends of their production process and not just within the boat shipments, because that is only 1%. So looking to this segment shift, we have pitched 2 possible partnerships, first being green construction. So here we have shown Pomerleau. This is a eco-construction company that really prioritizes supply chain emissions. They want to reduce all elements of their operations to become more environmentally friendly. So within this eco-construction company, they're one of the largest eco-construction companies within the nation, which is super important as we're looking for that large scalability. They work in both commercial and industrial constructions, and we're looking for these large companies that have the capital to commit to a long-term contract. They have end-to-end services, which means that they have their finger on the pulse of all environmentally friendly options within their operations. Now, this is an incredibly feasible partnership. They prioritize quality and reliability. And circling back to Cassie's KPI analysis, those are both of high importance to CSL. They aid in planning financing for a lot of the companies that work with them, which is something we'll talk on a little bit later in our decision analysis. But overall, they have a strong environmental commitment, which truly, at the end of the day, is what we're looking for. They also have $5 billion in revenue, 5,000 employees, and are ISO certified, all showing why this is such a feasible partnership. So moving on to our next possible partnership, we're looking at renewable energy. So looking at energy farms, we've pulled the company TransAlta. So they prioritize wind turbines, which I know is something that CSL currently does ship, and a similar value proposition to these eco-construction companies. They're an incredibly large industry element within the country and have strong operational expertise. So we see true promise in the feasibility of this in the future. With both facilities in Canada and the US, and substantial watts moved from fossil fuels to renewable energy, we see a strong future between CSL and TransAlta. So you must be asking, how are we going to acquire these new companies, and does CSL have the capabilities to do so? So here we'll walk you through the process of how we plan to acquire them. First, as Cassie mentioned, we'll be starting with cold calls. So capitalizing on the current strong customer relationships you already have, we'll be able to bring that through this process. We will share the strong value proposition of CSL's low carbon emissions and biofuel to show them why this is an environmentally friendly option and one that they should partner with. So these cold calls will be done through creating a new position within CSL. To mitigate any overbearings on the corporate capabilities, as you already have a strong customer acquisition team, we wanted to create a position, and hopefully later on a larger team, that specializes in acquiring specifically green companies. Within these cold calls, and then hopefully leading to later meetings, we'll be sharing ESG reports. You have a lot of strong value-added environmental emission analysis tools that you can share, but we just want to give them the hint so we can get them hooked. We will be sharing a one-time report of what their emissions could be if they partner with CSL, and share understandable and digestible statistics that they can take that makes this option very desirable. Also, by sharing the regulations and telling them that this is an ever-changing industry and the importance of being adaptable is also something that we will share that we'll touch on a little bit later as well. This is the cycle of how this customer acquisition will go, just for some more specificity. So moving into the next step of our action plan, we have emission reporting. Building on what I talked about earlier, this is an example of kind of that taste that we will give the companies to show how their emissions could reduce and how they can look like a desirable and more eco-friendly company as a whole. Things like their Scope 3 emissions, their reduction in GHG emissions, as well as reduction in waste production. This will show how they can create value that they can then share with their customer base, so more people will want to work with them and overall generate both revenue for us and our business clients. As well, with some of our more long-term customers, we want to create ESG and sustainable reportings. Similar to what CSL does at their end of their fiscal year, we want to provide that option as a tangible aspect that these companies can have and then share with their clients as well. The next item of our action plan is these lender relationships. We understand that there's a lot of scrutiny between lenders and investors, and this is something that will help leverage that. So what do lenders really look like when providing debt financing or loans to companies? They look at risk management compliance, anticipating regulatory changes, and higher efficiency and lower operating costs. All aspects that are positively correlated with CSL's operations. As we can see, we've pulled a few lenders that prioritize low GHG emissions. Business Development Bank of Canada, Vancity Credit Union, as well as Export Development Canada all have specific environmentally friendly loans, and by creating a partnership with them, we can help create an end-to-end stream and almost a bundle of partnerships of businesses that prioritize environmental efficiency. And lastly, moving into this regulation compliance. While this is not a key linchpin behind our action plan, it is definitely a notable one. With ever-changing government changes, we really want to share that value proposition that these companies need to be ahead of the curve. We are a first mover in this, and we want them to be too. So by jumping on board, they can adapt to changes in carbon tax and government regulations to ensure that they don't have to make supply chain drastic changes when those regulations come into play. So this is our long-term plan as to how we will begin to leverage this value, roll out that cold call marketing plan into our emission reporting, and overall capitalize on this first mover advantage to take more companies on board with CSL. I'll now pass it off to Kennedy to discuss our impact.
So with every plan, there's risk. So what does risk look like for CSL? There's the cost hurdle, corporate capabilities, and recurring contracts. Looking at the cost hurdle, we want to maintain the structure that keeps our current customers and our new customers happy. When looking at that biofuel, it is an added expense, so we want to make sure that we are pricing that out fairly between our customers. Looking at our corporate capabilities, we are refocusing our sales, and this requires a specialization into that sustainable consumer acquisition team that Cecilia previously touched on. And then looking at recurring contracts, we want to ensure that we have strong customer relationships that are being maintained. We're going to look for consistent feedback and corporate partnerships in order to ensure that we have seamless operations. So let's revisit our KPIs, the customer scalability, the financial success, and our CSAT score. So looking at our customer scalability, on average, the average conversion rate for cold calling within the construction and energy industry is about 2.5%. The average sales rep is able to conduct about 20 to 30 sales calls per day, averaging at around 9,000 calls per year. This equates to around 12 to 24 new clients annually. This then impacts our revenue, our financial success. CSL's average revenue is $467.1 million. 90% of this revenue is made up of those long-term contracts. If we can increase our customers by 5.9% annually, we can in turn increase that revenue by up to $25.2 million a year. Looking at that CSAT score, if we're conducting our customer satisfaction surveys, we're hoping for about a 90% response rate that's falling within that 4 to 5 range of satisfaction. This will then increase our ability to gauge our customer satisfaction, ensuring success long term. So looking at our now new next, we had low environmental interest in our current customers. We're then going to shift and prioritize customers that look at sustainability and then eventually create that fully integrated sustainable supply chain in order to increase our biofuel fleets. We appreciate you taking the time, and we would now like to open for any questions.
Thank you very much. So we will now open the floor for the Q&A. Judges, please keep in mind that you have 10 minutes for the Q&A.
So you guys suggested that we tap into new markets that are more eco-friendly. I'm not sure if I missed it, but did you show how our pricing structure will recoup the cost that we are incurring today? What's your strategy in terms of the pricing?
I can start off by talking about the specific cost structure with these new segments, and then I can pass it off to Kennedy to talk about our overall revenue structure. So looking at how your current pricing works, we understand that that 12% is a large cost to swallow, but your current customers are not interested in paying it. And by offloading a portion or all of that 12% of that biofuel cost onto them would likely result in them leaving and finding a different supplier. So taking all of that into consideration, as well as our expansion into a new target market, we decided to keep the pricing structure exactly the same. So with this status quo model, we see that we will be able to boost revenue by gaining additional customers that are interested in our eco-friendly processes. But instead of giving a portion of that 12% cost to all of the customers, that would cause loss of customers. So we are interested in just gaining and keeping that status quo, so we felt like that was the best option for them.
So you will be charging the new customers a portion of that 12%?
The same price, yeah.
And how would your customers feel knowing that someone else is using the exact same service for a lower cost?
All costs will be the same, regardless of if it's an eco-friendly customer that likely would pay a portion of that 12% or a mining company that would not pay any of it. That 12% is going to be on CSL, so the pricing will be the same for all of their clients.
So if I understand correctly, we're still taking in that 12% cost.
Regardless.
So the more we move up in revenue, our costs will still be going up at the same rate. So I think we're just trying to understand, because now it seems like we're bleeding a bit. How do we recoup the money that we've lost?
Yeah. Kennedy, would you like to talk about the overall revenue structure for that?
Yeah, I mean, with that increase in revenue, as we bring in more clientele, yes, our costs do go up as we bring in these new people, but I think the long-term plan is to eventually implement, as we increase our bio fleet, that's when we will then start incorporating that cost of the biofuel, because I think right now there's a low adoption rate, but as we shift forward and move into more regulations and mandates around lowering that carbon footprint, that's when we project that these companies will then have no choice but to adopt this biofuel. So then that's when we'll build in that additional cost.
So we will incur the cost of the biofuel until the regulation forces the clients to absorb it?
Correct.
Okay.
And how long do you think it will take to bring new clients in, maybe on the different projects, wind turbines or with Pomerleau? How long should it take to get these clients in or to build a relationship with them?
I think kind of the objective here is we're trying to do it through our KPIs, which was, that cold outreach, kind of getting it done right away and really scaling to what we already know would be more successful. So the timeline would hopefully roll out pretty quickly. We don't want to scale it in, too many years, just because I think inevitably regulations will come into play. I think more industries and more consumers will be really prioritizing that low carbon initiative. So we would hope within a few months it would roll out and become successful. Obviously, actually anchoring those clients and getting them to sign on and commit would take a little bit more time, but we think that really just prioritizing that marketing perspective and really honing in on what we think would be the strongest way, and like we said, targeting the industries that already prioritize that is going to be the most successful method, hopefully rolling out within a few months.
You still have time to ask a few more questions if you'd like to.
So you foresee a large increase of volume we will be shipping through these new client acquisitions you are doing. Did you take into consideration any costs of investments we have to do out to our fleet to be able to support this increased volume?
Yeah, that's a great question. I can take that. With the current volume and obviously high capital investment of increasing these fleets, As Cassie mentioned, looking in these few months of trying to acquire new customers, we don't want to overexpand too quickly and lose more costs. So first, through these cold calls and these meetings, we want to kind of gauge how quickly customers are interested in signing these different long-term contracts before we begin to expand our fleets. But in our future projections, expanding the amount of boats and the volume within each of them is definitely of high interest.
And regarding the eco-construction friendly industry, did you tap into a bit of what type of product you could be offering Pomerleau? Because sometimes they will be using the end product of the manufacturing industry, like the woods or the steel that is transformed, and we were more offering of the bulk side of it or the raw materials. So do you have a plan of what you could be offering to them?
Yeah. Doing a little research in Pomerleau, it was interesting to see some of the materials that they do use and the wide variety of projects they're working on, from healthcare to government to transportation. We feel that CSL would provide value to them. Some of that, even raw material steel and things like that, are items that they use. And we feel like even if we're not used for 100%, as they do need more manufactured, not raw materials, integrating us as a key partner that they use for the materials that both CSL provides and Pomerleau requires is a strong partnership going forward.
I think to add on to that too, obviously concrete I know is a big one that's used through CSL, so I think that would be a big one, and then wood, but obviously we did highlight steel isn't something that we're really looking to kind of implement on the sustainable side, but for Pomerleau specifically, yes, that is one of the raw materials. So I think as a whole, really looking at what they're, distributing at the highest rate, looking at that, breaking that down, but I think concrete, wood, kind of the more raw industrial materials, for sure.
Judges, we have time for 2 more questions, but if you do not have any further questions, we can end the Q&A period.
I just have maybe one question. What led you to choose the KPIs that you did?
I think we chose the ones that we did because obviously within the time constraint and really not wanting to maybe project things too far out, we were really looking at what was actually tangible for CSL and what could be implemented at an easier rate. So, the cold callings, the customer service, and then obviously increasing revenue for us was kind of the simplest way to put it forward as a kind of starting point. And we think just based off of what would be the most successful in the shorter term period, so the 6 kind of month projection, like I said, starting with the cold call and the customer satisfaction to really understand who's prioritizing that low carbon, sustainable edge, and moving forward from there is going to be the most effective as we are staying within the status quo. We're not looking to sell, we're not looking to acquire more, fleets and stuff like that. So just really looking at what we have and what we're able to kind of see follow through within a reasonable time period.
Is the idea for the ESG reporting for the current customers to have them later convert into being a biofuel? Customers that like the end goal to have all your customers on there?
Yes, exactly. Hopefully by providing that little snippet of this is the information that you could provide to your consumers, because it obviously provides through the business-to-business strategy, it provides value to them, but then also to their end users. So hopefully we're looking to use that to leverage prospective customers as well as existing.
Perfect. The Q&A period is over. Thank you to the delegates and the judges. I will ask everyone to please leave the room so you can prepare for the next presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
judges. Just to confirm before we start, this is Team C? Perfect. I will show you warning signs where there are 10, 5, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds remaining. Once the 10-second countdown is up, I will say stop, in which you'll have to stop immediately. Afterwards, a 10-minute Q&A period will follow. I would like to remind you that all teams must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and all team members must speak during the presentation, but not necessarily during the Q&A period. For the audience members, please put your phones on silent and do not move or exit the room while the presentation or the Q&A period is on. I will now let the judges introduce themselves. Once they are done, you may begin your presentation and I will start the timer. Judges?
Hi guys, I'm Matthew. I work for CSL Canada Steamship Lines, and I'm in the acquisition team, talent acquisition, in the HR department.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, my name is Ines. I'm a product manager of Air Canada, working in air freight and technology.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, my name is Benji, and I work with CIBC Private Wealth Management. I work with a high net worth families, most of which are entrepreneurs.
Hi, I'm Laura. I work for Montreal Canadiens in media and advertising.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Kelsey. I work at Concierge too, and I'm in the financial planning team.
Once you begin talking, I will start the timer.
Do you like paying more for things? Do you?
No.
Well, I certainly don't. And especially if I don't see the additional value. We believe that putting biofuel is providing additional value to your customers. But right now, they don't see it, they can't properly measure it, and they can't prove it to their customers. How can we change that? We are Whiteswan Consulting, consisting of Abdullah, Leo, Andre, and myself, David, and this is Green Value. You have posed us the main question: is green commercial offer viable for Canadian steamship lines? And if so, how should CSL be compensated for it? With our strategy, Green Value, we will first capture the customers by showing them a bundle and explicit pricing through which we can show them the offer, and then show our current customers through our calculator how much they can actually save by using this. Our strategy leads to an 4.9 million NPV over the 5 years. But now, Leo, why have you chosen this strategy?
Thank you very much, David. A good analysis starts by setting the right picture and all being on the same page. The vision of your company is to be a global leader in sustainable, safe, and innovative marine dry bulk transportation. And you do this by offering advanced shipping routes in the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River in Canada. And over half of your 16 vessels operated with 100% biofuel, making your vision a reality of being both sustainable and innovative. However, you're currently facing multiple challenges. The main one is that you're totally absorbing the costs of this initiative, the sustainable initiatives, in order to stay competitive. Because if you offer additional costs for biofuel, you're less competitive to others who are not. However, we see that biofuel costs on average 12% more than normal fuel, meaning that you are actually decreasing your margin, and it's not a situation that can continue for much longer. We also see that you can't price your fuel much higher, and you're offering much higher because suppliers show low willingness to pay for greener fuel. They don't necessarily see the benefits to it right now, as David rightly mentioned, and shipping represents only 1% of their supply chain emissions. So if they are to limit their emissions, shipping isn't necessarily their priority to pay more in order to do so. Therefore, we see our mission as clear. We need to basically figure things out. We need to try and figure out if CSL must maintain the use of biofuel, and if so, see how we can actually capture real benefits from this initiative. Let's try and figure out the first point. So, should we maintain the use of biofuel? Well, one thing that I personally love about your company is your vision, and you've really worked to actually make it a reality. It represents 7-year-long investment, millions of dollars, and you've managed to actually absorb all the costs whilst being positive, and this since 2019. Therefore, it's a situation that isn't necessarily durable, but it is still net positive as of now. We therefore see that going backwards goes against both your core value, and on top of that, we see that in the future, due to new environmental regulations, people are going to move more and more towards more environmental initiatives. You're just the first mover in the market, therefore it's difficult to actually see a real value as of now, but we don't believe you should turn backwards. Stay being bold and stay within your vision. So, how do we actually make this a benefit towards you? How do we make being the first mover truly something that you can capture value? Well, we see that currently your new initiative, your biofuel initiative, does create value to your customers. You do offer a unique pricing model, which includes both fuel types, but that means that your customers see it as something very practical. They do acknowledge the fact that you're more sustainable than your competitors, and they see it as something very convenient because they don't necessarily feel a difference in the price. This means that they see it as a differentiating factor over competitors, rather than something that can really benefit their core needs. Therefore, if we want to actually benefit from this initiative, we need to make sure that we answer their needs when it comes to biofuel and environmental measures. What we can see is that there is going to be a need, because there's going to be an increasing yearly price in actually carbon emissions, and it's been doing so since 2019, and it's going to reach $170 per ton of CO2 emitted by 2030. Therefore, any carbon emission, even though it's coming from something that represents 1% of your emissions, is going to represent a cost for the company. Therefore, the vision that we have with something that you can create value out of this benefit is to be the easiest 1% that they can save upon. What we mean by this is that across their entire supply chain, it's going to be very difficult for them to cut down on their carbon emissions, especially for these bulk producers. But if we make it easy for them, there's a real incentive for them to actually maybe pay more for this service. Now, how can we actually make this a reality? The first thing that we want to make sure is that you don't change your core offering of maintaining 50% biofuel at the same price, because your customers still see it as a differentiating factor. And if you change this, it means that you might risk losing current customers that you have. However, we suggest that you offer premium pricing in order to actually attract more value for the customers. But what does this mean? It means that we need to make it the easiest 1% that they can save on. However, they can only save on carbon emissions if they can prove that they are decreasing their carbon emissions as a whole. And what we mean by this is that we would need to offer additional auditing services, or services that prove that they are having lower carbon emissions by using, for instance, 100% biofuel in an additional service instead of just 50%. And how we would market this, for instance, to new customers is really showing the cost benefit involved. Even though it's 1% of the supply chain, they are still saving money, and it's still net positive in their mind. It's a rational decision. Now, on top of this, we also acknowledge that your contracts span from medium to long term, 1 to 20 years from what we've been able to find online. Now, this means that we need to acknowledge also that 75% of businesses are not prepared for the measures that will be in place in 2030 when it comes to carbon regulations. And therefore, we can also, as the first movers, tell businesses, be the first movers too. We're offering benefits for you to save money, but if you join us now on a long-term contract, we're going to make it easier for you to be ready by 2030. So therefore, we'll need to offer also a long-term benefit for signing a biofuel contract now with premium benefits that involves. Now, Andre, now that I've explained some insights, can you please show us how we can make this a reality?
Thank you, Leo. So our strategy, the green value, has two main things that you'll have by the end of it. You'll be able to capture the consumer the green value, as well as showing the consumer the green value. So the first pillar of capture, we want to capture it by introducing a mechanism for capturing it, because currently there is none for capturing green value. And second pillar is going to be showing the consumers that the green value is important to their business and it's beneficial to them. So let's start quickly with capture. Let's look at your current pricing strategy, as Leo mentioned. There are three main pain points that we've actually found. First is the one-size-fits-all. There's no option to actually buy 100% biofuel or 0% biofuel. It's a one-size-fits-all solution of 50%. So that's definitely an issue. And we plan to solve that by giving customers the ability to pay for more sustainability. Second, there's a lack of transparency. So you don't actually know if your shipment is biofuel or isn't biofuel. So that needs to help, because transparency is very important with compliance, which is very important for these supplier companies. Third, there's a lack of knowledge regarding the benefits. Customers actually don't know that they're getting biofuel correctly, and you need to tell them that, which is why we need to show customers the benefit. So our vision for this is the green customers, with a pricing and service delivery that's more transparent, where customers have the ability to become green customers. Now, what does that actually mean? There are three main features that we envision. First, is the 100% assurance of biofuel transport when you are a green customer. Second, bundling compliance with green customers. So we're going to be supporting the suppliers when they become a green customer with compliance, so that they can reap the benefits of becoming a sustainable supplier. And finally, we're going to be giving a customer a yearly report on the benefits of being a green customer. So the first point is simple, because that just means transporting them with biofuel. So let's look at the second point of compliance. In Yale University, they did a study, and it shows that less than 10% of companies are accurately measuring their Scope 3 emissions. Now, this is very important because you do not actually benefit from changing your Scope 3 emission to be more sustainable if you do not measure it properly and if you aren't compliant. And this is important with two big things, ESG ratings as well as B Corp certification, which is very important for a lot of these suppliers. So what do we propose? We propose that CSL should perform the measurements and support the green suppliers in the process of compliance. Now, we propose that this is outsourced to PwC for two reasons, because of their expertise in this field as a leader, as well as the fact that they have fuel and emission validation already. So this is something very important. And one customer that I wanted to point out is Solis Watches. They're a Canadian company, which is a B Corp certified company. They would really benefit from this because with this change, they're now able to show B Corp that they have reduced their Scope 3 emission, and it's going to help them keep that status. So that's something that's really beneficial with this. Now let's look at the second point of the yearly reports. What we propose is that every year customers will get a report showcasing the benefits of being a green customer. Now, what will the report contain? Three main things. First, the monetary savings of being a green customer. This comes in multiple aspects. One, in terms of the taxes that they would save, as Leo mentioned earlier, they become more and more pertinent. And two, in terms of the reliability as well as the norm of your service. And second is the decreased emissions, showing the levels of decreased emissions of becoming a green customer compared to a normal customer. And finally, other environmental impacts which you have with biofuels. The key here is to increase retention, because when a customer sees every year that they have a report of all the benefits of being a green customer, they would very likely stay a green customer. Right? So how can the customers actually use this report? So we found one of your customers, Rio Tino, and we found 3 touch points where they could actually be using this type of report. So first, in an internal analysis, imagine if you're the decision maker deciding whether you should go for a green or a normal CSL supply chain. With this report, you can easily show to your stakeholders that you have made the right choice, that you're getting all these monetary benefits and the environmental benefits for the company. Second, they can easily incorporate elements of the report into their annual report, showing all the shareholders of all the benefits of switching to a green customer, encouraging other people to switch to a green customer. And finally, you can just directly share the report to the shareholders as a big benefit. And now looking back, you can see that we've tackled the pain points of one size fits all with the introduction of the green consumer. We've tackled the lack of transparency by helping them with compliance, as well as the lack of knowledge by giving them this yearly report. Now, Abdullah, tell us about how we're going to show them.
Of course. Thank you, Andre, for showing us how we'll capture the customers. But what's just as important is how we're going to also show them the benefits. Because if we don't do that, we won't benefit, and they also won't benefit, which is why this is really important. Let's go into more specifics. We'll do this through 3 different steps. The first step is the calculator, and the second one is the badge that we'll be providing for them, and finally the sales team and how we'll implement this whole thing to make it a success. Starting off with the calculator. Customers need to see the value of being a green customer before committing, right? This is a commitment, this is a higher price than what they currently do, and they have to see the benefits financially for their company in terms of regulations and so on. And the way we'll do this is through our calculator, and what you have to input is simple things which you already have, so fuel volume versus weight fractions, for example, stationary ship consumption in terms of energy, and your CO2 and global warming potentials and other KPIs that are just environmental. And what this will output for the customer are 3 important things. The first one is detailed CO2 emissions. Secondly, it's transnational regulatory costs, which means it'll tell you how much it would cost for you if you implement this, how much cheaper it would be than using normal fuel, both because of taxes, and because of other reasons, like for example, you having to replenish these through carbon bonds. And finally, the IMO fees and the costs. Let's look at this more specifically. Yes. So here are the 3 different things. Now in terms of CO2 emissions, we can tell them the emission rates per ton, their fuel mechanics and their efficiency, and the vessel operation. This is a pre-sale strategy. So before the customers actually commit, they need to know all these factors. And this will help them because now they'll be able to see how they can prevent greenwashing and how they can gain more credibility. It'll also help them see the environmental return on investment of them making this investment. And secondly, the transnational issues, Well, for example, taxes by 2030 are going to be $170 per CO2 ton, which is significant, and it's constantly increasing. And in the EU, for example, they want to increase it to 300 by 2025, by 2030. And in every other place, there are different regulations and many things to keep in line with, which is why we're going to help them do all of this. Now, we've also calculated an average of 43,000 tons saved per shipment, purely based on this tax that is going to be implemented soon, which means that all of our stakeholders and all of our clients will really benefit from this. And finally, in terms of the International Maritime Organization, this is another organization that puts a lot of pressure on our clients and on us with many different regulations that we also have to solve. Things like taxes and penalties, especially related to the CO2 emissions that companies have, which is again something that we'll show them with the calculator. So by them giving us the input and telling us all the details about their shipments, their products, and everything, we'll tell them exactly how it's going to be impactful in terms of pricing, both through transnational and through International Maritime Organization issues, and in general, just their CO2 emissions. Now let's move on to the next part, which is the badge that we'll provide for our customers, this green customer badge. This will be solely for the customers who purchase the explicit pricing that Andre mentioned earlier. This is a certificate that is transitional, which means that it's not only for our clients, but it will also help them with their future clients. So we have bulk clients, right? Ones with many raw materials. They're going to be able to use the certificate and benefit by having leverage over their clients and their customers, which we'll go on to in more detail. And finally, the suppliers will have leverage with their customers. And the key benefits of this is that 82% of B2B buyers say that they would switch to suppliers for better sustainability and transparency policies. And there are many other facts and many other statistics that show customers and clients really want sustainability and they really want transparency, which is what we're doing. And the way we'll do this, like you might be wondering, so what? Like this is a certificate, is this really going to be that big? And yes, it is, because firstly, our suppliers and our clients will benefit from this. And after they benefit from it, and they're going to be on our website, and people are going to see them all over the place, they're also going to be able to have leverage over the next step, the trucks, and the next transportation issues. The next transportation also wants to be sustainable. So if they get sustainable sourced ocean material, they're going to be more sustainable to their further clients. If you move on in the value chain, the people, the manufacturers who have these sustainably transported materials will have better leverage over their customers, right? Their materials are sustainably sourced, sustainably transported, and therefore they're also benefiting. And if you move on, the final sellers and the final people who are selling the products that they're making can also advertise this. They can show that they have all these benefits. So the certification isn't just something that we give to our clients, but it's something that moves on along the supply chain and something that everyone benefits from. And another example is fair trade, and they've seen massive benefits from this. And in terms of synergies, this will help us upsell what we want to upsell, our new service. And it'll also help us leverage our key strengths, so we're not moving into anything new, we're not telling you to do anything different, to move backwards like Leo said, we're just leveraging our core strengths and improving them and showing them to our customers and adding these new features. And this will allow us to have higher margins. What this will help for logistics clients are, for example, ESG compliances, which Andre mentioned, cost savings because of the tax and the regulations, and their brand reputation is just going to improve. And of course, it's very important to implement this. So we're going to use people either from your current team for the sales, or if you believe that it's better, hire some new employees, and they're going to sell both the CSL calculator and your green customer badge. The CSL calculator is supposed to make more clients want this, right? They're going to input their data, and they're going to see how this is going to benefit them, and they're going to make the purchase, and they're going to make the switch. And the badge is going to be for the clients that you already have. So your sales team will be messaging them, calling them, telling them about the badge, having them improve this, implement this into their processes and into their supply chain. The key message is that we have the first mover advantage, so the customers and our clients should also have the first mover advantage. They should also benefit from this, because this is not just us. Now let's look at how we'll implement this. There are two steps to our strategy, the capture and the showing. In the capture, we have to prepare the reports and all the technicalities that we'll be giving to our clients. We also have to, for example, run an analysis on the pricing just to make it perfect and ensure that we're not doing anything that's harmful for the company. We also are going to be working with our partners to improve the specific things with the reports. So if they want to have, for example, more depth on some parts or less depth on other parts, we'll be able to implement that, and so on. In terms of showing our customers, we're going to prepare our certification that we'll be giving them, and we'll also be developing the website features, which means we're going to have the clients be on our website, and so on. We'll be happy to walk you through this in more detail in the Q&A if you'd like, But the main risks we identified are firstly that the customers want to see more value and become a green customer. So perhaps everything we said isn't enough, and they want to, for example, have priority over other customers, which is where we could implement something else that you suggested, which is a preferred supplier status. Another risk is that as a long-term contracts scare customers rather than reassuring them, which is where we mitigate this by offering them a share risk plan, guaranteeing them a termination term if they do believe that this is impactful. And finally, perhaps not enough CSL customers know about the new offering, which is then where we increase our targeting and our advertisement, not only by our sales team, but also through targeted advertisement and so on. But David, how do the finances of our strategy look like?
Thank you, Abdullah. Every strategy has its own costs. Here are ours. We want you to invest 3.4 million Canadian dollars over the next 5 years. First, we have some upfront costs. It's the development of the website for the calculator itself, and then the calculator logic behind it, since it involves multiple jurisdictions and difficult parts in terms of CO2 emissions. Then, I want you to focus on the right part where you can see the operational cost breakdown. Our costs are associated with the external audit that we will provide, the reporting, and the website support. Now let's go to the fun part, the revenues. This will bring us additional 31 million revenues over the next 5 years. As you can see on the graph, here is the base revenues that the customers would generate without the increase in the price for the fuel, and up is the increase in price. This strategy leads us to 16 million tons saved over the next 5 years and an NPV 4.9 million. Thank you for your attention. Now I open the floor for any questions.
Thank you very much. So we will head into the Q&A period. Please just remind yourself that you have 10 minutes for the Q&A period.
I had a question regarding the 50% biofuel. I'm not quite sure if I understood that well. Was 50, 100%, or 50%? Can you tell more?
From what we've understood with the case of what you guys currently offer is a 50% biofuel use. Am I correct? Yes. Okay. Well, it's just what we've kind of looked at for the next bundle would be to offer 100%, so that they'll ensure that all of their consumption is with a more ecological biofuel, and therefore that they get the benefits from the strategy. And on top of that, we're showing them how to actually prove it through the auditing.
Thanks.
In terms of your revenue increase, did you forecast maybe a specific adoption rate? How did you get to that revenue specifically?
Yes, I can show you our revenue calculation right here. First, we looked at the current customer base that we found online. Then we applied the percentage of customer switch. In the first years, it's 8%. You can see line 43. This is from Advanced Biofuels Canada research that shows how many customers currently use biofuel, so it's on the conservative side. Then there is the price increase of 9% in the first year, and in 13% in 2030, where the big regulation will kick in. For both of these values, we've also calculated sensitivities if you would like to see how they change up.
Sure.
Here we can see for the percentage of customer switched, we can see that the lower bound we would aim for is at least 5%, and the price increase of 6% ensures that even if only 2% customer switch, we will still be NPV positive in our strategy.
If customers choose not to switch, what's the long-term play here? Are we going to continue to try to convince them, or is it that we ask once and that's it?
Yeah, we definitely believe that there's a financial incentive for customers to switch, right? Because of the regulations currently and the regulations coming in 2030. And for example, in the EU in 2050, they want to have it as a must. You cannot use normal fuel anymore, and you have to use biofuels or other mechanics, which is why we believe through regulation it's going to happen automatically, and we went pretty conservative with our numbers. And Andre would like to add on.
Yeah, and maybe just to point out one stat for you for why our current customers would switch, as Abdullah mentioned Leo mentioned in the analysis, it's 170 Canadian dollars per ton of carbon emissions. But to switch to becoming a green consumer, it would only cost them 36 Canadian dollars. So that's a big difference for why they would switch.
And regarding the badge, saying that all throughout the supply chain we would be offering like a new service, if you want, to make sure that the badge would follow up from the supply chain to the end of the product, for example. So we would be supporting that like new product or branding through CSL.
Yeah.
Okay.
have you looked a bit about the cost of that, or how we will do that on our side?
Yeah, of course, here are the costs for that. Here you can see the operational cost for the website and then the reporting and external audit. For both of these, we are hiring more experts or ESG and carbon consultants that will be able to provide these reports, and data scientists, since this involves measuring a lot of data. As you can see, we are scaling them throughout the years for anticipating more customers that need those reports. In the external audit costs, they're once again calculated through how many customers we have signed on, and those are, as Leo said, provided by the PVC team.
Yeah, and if I may add on that point, you mentioned why the customers want to have a badge and why we need to support them. A lot of the big reason is that if we're giving a badge, they would want to showcase it. They would want to show their consumers that they have this green supplier, that they're using green shipping, right? So that's one of the biggest benefits you would have, is that they'd be doing it themselves. We wouldn't need to do a lot of support on their part.
We are seeing a trend now where ESG is not as important as it used to be. Do you forecast that might have some risks on your conversion rates with your clients in the future if the regulations are not there to reinforce the transition?
Well, of course, the regulations are a big part, but we believe that even without those regulations, in the long term, we will be able to show the benefits, and we want to get on.
And also, what we've noticed is that you operate with long-term contracts, and that's definitely something that will be on the supplier's mind. What if the regulations change? What if by 2030 it's actually more interesting to use normal fuel? Well, this is why we're going to have a shared risk-based contract, where we'll definitely allow them to have a termination fee of this contract, so that they see that it's not as risky as, for instance, being obligated to pay those prices in the future. Abdullah would like to add on.
And this is exactly one concern that we thought of in the solving. What if some people want more regulatory issues? What if it's about the US laws? What about if it's the EU? What if it's ESG? Which is why in our implementation timeline we have many different times where we review our clients, ask them what they need, review our report that we're giving them, and just make it tailored to exactly what they want.
To go a bit more, I find it really interesting the easiest 1% you could save. What would be the pitch that you would give to CSL right now, or to CSL's customers right now about the, just curious to know how that would sound like. Since you are dealing with B2B, this does sound like a more B2C like approach, so I'm just curious how you would pitch it.
Yeah. Maybe I can do this, like, we can maybe think of, let's say, a watch company. They have a lot of complex, they have to import steel, all of these things. They have to change their supply and reduce the carbon emission, let's say for a B Corp status or for an ESG rating. It's very difficult to reduce the carbon emissions in a production factory. So you go, look, you can just pay us a 9% premium on your current shipping cost, and we can reduce your carbon emissions by this much, and it would actually save you a lot in taxes. So you would give them a logical argument in terms of the calculator, as well as, yeah, it's quite a simple thing to just pay a premium compared to changing your whole supply chain.
Judges, you have time to ask 2 more questions.
We read several times that the shipping with CSL only represent 1% of the total supply chain. And in the marketing of your badge, if the rest of the supply chain is not green, how far will this badge go for our customers?
We think it's actually going to go very far, because let's give an example let's take a company, for example, one that mines, for example, resources. To change all of their equipment and to change all of their strategy and to go to a very different location, that's very significant for them, right? Can they even change all of this? We're not sure. But can they, for a small price, change their shipping, for example, to one that's much better? They can do that very easily, which is why this is something that they can show, versus the other factors which are very hard to change. And Leo will also add on.
That being said, it does definitely depend on the type of suppliers. Some suppliers don't necessarily have a green reputation, and they would look disloyal in a way, and definitely like greenwashing, to have this badge for only 1% of their supplier. And that is definitely a type of risk that we have, and a limitation to the strategy that we acknowledge. And it's definitely also not necessarily the type of supplier that would buy maybe the full package, or we would try and prioritize on attracting suppliers that would be able to benefit from this badge.
If you do do not have any further question, perfect. So the Q&A period is over. Thank you to the delegates and to the judges. I will ask everyone to leave the room so we can start the deliberation period. Thank you.
Thank you.